start about an hour and 40 minutes later than scheduled.
That's okay.
We did have some rain, but I don't know, the skies haven't cleared, but at least the rain has stopped, so we think we will not only get started here this afternoon, but have uninterrupted baseball. I don't know that the great Hall of Famer Rogers Hornsby ever set foot in Twins territory at all, but somebody asked him a long time ago what he did in the off season, and he said, I just stare out my window and wait for spring. And I think a lot of us can relate to that, and spring officially arrives with the start of the baseball season.
Believe me, it's not only fans, it's the players themselves through spring training. This is a big day. This is opening day. This is a day that you will remember for the rest of the season. It makes or breaks sometimes, opening day, and hopefully it'll go in the Twins' way.
Well, let's see how the Twins line up. The Menards batting order brought to you by Menards and Brian Dozier.
Hi, this is Brian Dozier, and I'm here to read the 2016 opening day lineup for your Twins, managed by Hall of Famer, the Igniter, Paul Molitor. Leading off and playing second base, right here, boom. Batting second, playing first base, Mr. Minnesota himself, Joe Mauer. Batting third, our new right fielder for the year, Mr. Miguel Sanito. And batting fourth, our third baseman, straight out of the beaches of California, Mr. Trevor Plouffe. Batting fifth, our left fielder, Mr. Eddie Rosario Rossi. Batting sixth, the first time making his opening day start in the United States, Mr. Byung-Ho Park as our DH, Park Bang. Batting seventh, mi hermano de diferente madre, my brother from another mother, Eduardo Escobar. Batting eighth and catching, Mr. Kurt Suzuki, aka Hawaiian Punch. Batting ninth, our center fielder, the speed demon himself, Byron Buxton. And pitching for the Twins on opening day today, Swervin Irvin Santana, aka Magic Man. Lego.
And smell the baseball.
If I'm Adam Abrams, the public address announcer at Target Field, I'm a little worried. Brian Dozier did a nice job doing the starting lineup there.
Thank you, Brian. Great job.
Not exactly Bob Casey style, but he did a nice job.
There was only one Bob Casey.
It is the second time in the last handful of years that the Twins have opened their season here in Baltimore. They were here in 2012 and lost. In fact, the Twins have lost 7 straight season openers. And they'll try to reverse that here this afternoon. Tonight, I guess it's still technically this afternoon. And Paul Molitor learned an awful lot in his rookie year as manager and hopes to take that forward into year 2.
Well, on the mound this afternoon, it'll be Chris Tillman making his third consecutive opening day start assignment. He has not had a lot of luck against the Twins. In 6 career starts, he's 0-4 with an ERA at 4.82. Now, this afternoon, I guess, like you said, we call it this afternoon, this will be his 150th Major League start. He has 56 wins, 42 losses.
Typically, the Orioles are pretty good in the field, and here's their Northland Ford defense. In the outfield, a Rule 5 player, Joey Rickard in left field, Adam Jones in center, and the Orioles too have an awfully big right fielder in Mark Trumbo. An infield of Machado and Hardy on the left side. They're both very good. Scope, Davis on the right side, and the catcher's Matt Wieters, who's had some ongoing elbow issues, but the Orioles are convinced it's nothing too serious. And we have veteran Mike Winters behind the plate. Twin City native Mark Wegner's on this crew. He's at first. Marty Foster and Mike Malinsky, the base umps.
You know, Dick, both these ball clubs, I think both of them, they have outstanding defenses. And for the Orioles, there's 4 guys out on that field that have won more than 1 Gold Glove. Adam Jones 4, Machado at third, he's won a couple. Hardy at short, he's won 3. Wieters has won a couple. And, you know, Buck Showalter's not afraid to say that, hey, I'm a little leery about my starting staff. You know, how strong are we going to be? They're going to hit home runs. They're going to strike out a lot. But it all comes down to starting pitching. And I think we can say the same thing about the Twins. Good defense, You know, they're going to score some runs, but the pitching has to stay sharp, especially the starting staff.
Well, for the Twins, there's some reason to hope or believe anyway that the starting pitching will be better this year. You've got Irvin Santana all year long. The starting pitching was the big Achilles heel for the Orioles last year, and they did virtually nothing to improve it for this year. Well, here we go. We've waited a long time for this. And Brian Dozier's getting in the batter's box, and we're just about underway.
Well, Tillman with a good fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, all 4 pitches.
High pop up, and Dozier on the first pitch skies one to left. Hardy staggers and has to lunge at the end to make the catch. The wind, if anything, is blowing in from the left field foul line, but that ball seemed to carry a little bit farther than Hardy thought.
Some stadiums, you know, with the way they're built, the ball will swirl a little bit, and I think that's what happened to J.J. Hardy right there, but he stayed with it.
We saw Dozier do a lot of that last year, the year before, and even in spring training. Very common for him to try to jump on that first pitch. So Tillman gets the first out on 1 pitch. And now Joe Mauer moving up a notch. His regular spot figures to be 2nd in the batting order, and he takes strike 1.
Yeah, I like Joe hitting in the number 2 hole. Joe's not going to hit a lot of home runs, but he has been able to get on base a lot, and that's for that number 3-4 hitter to hopefully drive him in. And we're going to see Brian Dozier get on too. So a lot of RBI situations for the 3, 4, 5 hitters.
Joe had a good spring. The home runs he hit, a couple of them to the opposite field, but he did pull the ball with some authority, better than he did at any point last year. Foul back.
Joe last year hit .265, hit 10 home runs, drove in 66 runs, 34 doubles, a couple triples for Joe.
Nevertheless, you can see the Orioles, and we saw this an awful lot the last couple of years. Their right fielder actually playing in right center field. That's Mark Trumbo. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. 2 down.
Well, Tillman showing that good fastball early on here. Fastball, middle in, had a little zip on it right there. Look at that ball. Scoots into the glove quickly of Wieters.
And now Miguel Sano. Played roughly a half year last year for the Twins, hit 18 home runs. Well, you do the math. If he plays a full year, the Twins would love to see 35 to 40 home runs from last year's rookie. Ball 1.
That's the curveball right there, Tillman.
And a fastball strike. The Twins had great success against the Orioles last year. They won the 3 games in Minnesota in July, and then they swept a 4-game series here in August.
The Twins actually have an 8-game winning streak against the Orioles dating back to 2014.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2.
Eight pitches so far for Tillman, 6 of them over the plate.
Outside corner, a very strong first inning for Chris Tillman, and we'll see what Irvin Santana can do in his first opening day start in the bottom of the first. World Championship yet for the Orioles, yet he is held in just about the same esteem as Earl Weaver, a fan favorite. Buck Showalter managing the Orioles. And here is his Menards batting order. Manny Machado in the leadoff spot. Adam Jones hitting second. A lot of power. The Orioles have 6 different players who've hit 30 or more home runs in a season, including Davis, Trumbo, Wieters, Alvarez, Hardy, Scope, and Rickard, the Rule 5 pickup.
And Ervin Santana on the mound, making his first ever opening day start. This is his 12th season in the big leagues.
And a half swing by Machado, strike 1. Santana pitched awfully well for the Twins in the second half. He did not face the Orioles, however, in either the 3-game series in Minnesota or the 4-gamer here. This one hit to center. Buxton going back, and he makes a leaping catch to get his season started. That ball sailed on Buxton, and he was able to adjust and make the snag.
That was a line drive out. I mean, Machado couldn't hit it any harder. Buxton reaches up at the last second. And that's what we're going to see a lot of this year with Buxton out in center field. Great catches. We saw it in that spring training game that we saw where he went over his head and dove into the field to make that great catch.
One down, and now Adam Jones. And Jones swings at the first pitch and fouls it back.
Orioles, a very aggressive ball club. A lot of home runs, 217. Only the Toronto Blue Jays hit a couple more than they did.
And an off-speed pitch gets a swing and a miss.
For Santana, this is his 15th career start against the Orioles. He has 4 wins and 5 losses, an ERA pretty high at 4.98. Last time he pitched against the Orioles was when he was with the Kansas City Royals back in 2013, so it's been a while.
1-2.
Santana, 33 years old. I think Paul Molitor or Neil Allen mentioned the importance of Santana starting the season with the Twins.
And a strikeout for out number 2.
Took something off that pitch right there, and Santana picks up a strikeout. Yeah, you were talking Santana last year. I mean, my goodness, over his last 7 starts, he was 5-1 with a 1.62 ERA. It took him a while to get going coming off the suspension list.
And I remember it well. As he was pitching so well down the stretch, there was always that yeah but, because he would not have been able to pitch in the postseason had the Twins gotten there, and there is no such yeah but in his 2016 season. Ball 1 to Chris Davis.
Davis, a free agent over the winter, and re-signed with the Orioles to a 7-year contract.
Off the outside corner, 2-0.
Not missing by much. So it's one thing you want to find out. What will that home plate umpire give you? Mike Winters, the crew chief, calling balls and strikes. Those fastballs just missing. Another fastball.
And now 3-0 with Mark Trumbo on deck.
Davis definitely has the green light right here. He's not a guy that's going to take maybe a pitch down the middle.
And a 4-pitch walk puts him aboard. Tyler Duffy, a rookie, and Ervin Santana, the veteran, almost pitched the Twins into the postseason last
really
year.
Did. I mean, look at that. 5-1 over 7 starts, earned run average, 47 strikeouts into 50 innings, and a great opponent's batting average against him at only .209.
The Orioles last year hit 217 home runs, second only to the Toronto Blue Jays in the American League, and then they went and got more power, including Trumbo and Pedro Alvarez. Strike 1. Now Alvarez makes a little sense in that he's left-handed, and the Orioles, even with Alvarez, are still very much a right-handed lineup. But this one was kind of curious.
Trumbo last year split the season between the Diamondbacks and the Mariners. Played 142 ball games, hit 22 home runs.
1 strike from Santana to Trumbo. And that ball squirted out of the reach of Dozier, rounding second, on his way to third. safely is Davis, and Trumbo with a little flare in front of Sano and out of Dozier's reach. And before Wieters gets a chance to hit with now 2 men on base, here's the Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Eddie Rosario in left, Buxton in center, and Sano in his first career big league game in right field. Plouffe, Escobar, Dozier, Mauer, the infielders, and Suzuki catching. Sano a little bit of time at third base, principally the designated hitter last year. And now here is Matt Wieters. Accepted a qualifying offer from the Orioles in the offseason.
One more thing about Sano out in right field. He'll be paying a lot of attention to Butch Davis in the dugout as far as where they move him.
2 on, 2 out, 1 strike. And now 2 strikes. Wieters scared the Orioles, probably scared himself too, in the middle of March in a spring training game against the Twins. He made a throw to second base and felt a twinge in his elbow, remembering that a year and a half ago he had Tommy John surgery and had an MRI. Everything seemed okay. He's not caught much since the middle of March. Nice stop by Suzuki, 1 and 2.
A hard slider down and in. Kurt Suzuki called the slider. Good location. You got to believe that your catcher will do exactly what Suzuki did. Ahead in the count. See if Wieters chases a pitch. He did not.
16th pitch of the first inning for Santana. The first 2 outs came quickly and easily. And to strand a couple of Orioles here in the first. Runner goes, check, swing. No swing. And Trumbo ends up going to second base on a stolen base.
Pretty good pitch right here. See the location. Maybe a bit low, but it's where it crosses the plate. But Trumbo gets a stolen base.
2 and 2 from Santana. Pulled foul. Correct his bat, perhaps. Anyway, Wieters had the MRI and then kind of slowly built his way back into regular play toward the end of March.
Now, Wieters, a 3-time All-Star, 2011, 12, and 14. All the pitches have been middle in. Now Suzuki creeping away.
Nice dig out of the dirt, and it's a full count with Pedro Alvarez on deck.
Well, Kurt Suzuki, one of the best at this right here, blocking the ball, keeping it in front of you somehow.
First inning difficulty now for Santana. He got ahead of Wieters, and now it's a full count with 2 men in scoring position. Pitch up, foul back. Santana reaching back for 94 miles per hour, but now the 20th pitch of this first inning. Davis got a 4-pitch walk. He's at third. Trumbo with a bloop single and a stolen base is at second. Another grounder foul. Wieters battling Santana here. Ninth pitch of this plate appearance. He's tried everything. He's tried high fastballs, breaking balls down and in, and Wieters has gotten a piece of everything.
Yeah, and Wieters, you know, a guy that's pretty much on top of the plate. Looks like the game plan has been trying to pitch him hard in, then that slider underneath that swing, but Santana's been unable to get that slider over the plate. Suzuki's had to block a couple.
Right down the middle. Ends up freezing him with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. The Orioles threaten to leave two in scoring position, and when we come back, Byung-ho Park's first major league at bat.
For the Twins and Orioles in Baltimore, I'm Marnie Gellner. Byung-ho Park will have his first major league at bat this half inning. Twins hitting coach Tom Brunansky thinks Park has quite the potential.
I would say that he is a strong, aggressive pull side hitter, where a lot of young guys that come into the league, they're going to be able to handle some pitches, and he's going to do some damage towards the left field. But if you watch a lot of his swings and a lot of his games that he's played, he's got power to all three fields. And once he feels comfortable with that and the game slows down for him, then you're going to start to see him expand in that other sections of the field.
We'll see Park hit third this half inning, and there will be a lot of firsts for him throughout this season. Dick and Burt, but the Twins are hoping it's a rather smooth and easy adjustment for him.
Yeah, thank you, Marnie. I like what Bruno said about making it slow down a little bit, because of course that, you know, his first major league at bat. We're going to see him throughout the summer relax a little bit, but excitement here early on for Park.
Of course, the hope is that he'll get off to a good start, if not a great start. And that'll help build his confidence that he belongs and can succeed at this level. 2-2 now to Plouffe, leading off the Twins' second inning. Tillman with a couple of strikeouts in the first inning. 3 strikeouts quickly with Plouffe going down to start the second.
Boy, nasty little fastball cutter. Outside part of the plate, almost the same pitch that Sano took for a called third strike to end the first. Well, kind of sailed on him right there. Oh, good fastball. 3 strikeouts.
Here's Eddie Rosario. Had a great rookie season for the Twins last year. Didn't walk hardly at all, but provided an awful lot of extra base pop for the Twins. Stole some bases. Played a very strong outfield. Wherever he played, principally will be in left field.
I think his defense impressed a lot of us. What impressed me was the extra base hits. 18 doubles, 15 triples to go with 13 home runs.
Infield shift with Rosario at the plate, and a dribbler foul, 2 strikes. Twins with an all new outfield. Last year the outfielders were Torrey Hunter in right, Oswaldo Arcia in left, and Jordan Schaefer in center. On opening day, 2 strikes, and Rosario chases 4 straight strikeouts for Chris Tillman, and that'll bring up Byung-ho Park. Twins won the bidding process and then negotiated with Park, and that was on all but a formality. He wanted to come here and play a couple of years with 50 or more home runs in Korea, and the question begins: how will that translate to this level? Swing and a foul, 1 strike.
Well, Park last year, 53 home runs. He drove in 146 runs. The 53 home runs set a single season high for Korean baseball.
In the dirt, 1-1. Impressed manager Paul Molitor with having a plan and paying attention from the on deck circle and in the dugout as to what a pitcher was trying to do out there. He gave the impression of being a pretty intelligent hitter.
9 seasons in Korea, a .281 hitter, 210 home runs hit in over those 9 seasons.
Called strike, and it's 1-2.
Twenty pitches for Tillman, 15 strikes.
High fly down the right field line, and foul by about 30 feet. We will see him play at times in the field, and that'll be at first base. We saw him in spring training. One of our telecasts make some pretty slick fielding plays at first base when Mauer is not playing. 1-2. Check swing, call, 3rd strike. And Chris Tillman with 5 strikeouts in a row through 2 innings. Designated hitter. There have been 9 outs recorded, 7 of them via strikeouts.
Yeah, you can say, hey, I'm not the only one that struck out.
Pedro Alvarez will lead things off in the 2nd for Baltimore.
Yeah, Alvarez making his Oriole debut here. Signing late. Actually, March 10th signed with the Orioles as a free agent.
As I think you can see, it's raining harder now than it was at any time during the rain delay. Much harder. For most of the rain delay, there was no rain. 2-0 from Santana to Alvarez. 3-0.
Last 6 seasons for Alvarez with the Pirates. was an all-star for the Pirates in 2013, 29-year-old. Pirates #1 pick back in 2008.
Green lighted on 3-0. All the power the Orioles have in their lineup, that'll be a common occurrence here. Hitters being green lighted on 3-0. Between the half innings, the groundskeeper came out and talked to the home plate umpire, Mike Winters. And there's ball 4, a walk. And another base runner.
Second walk for Santana.
Today's cold hard fact brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Twins have had a lot of different names out there as their opening day starter. Phil Hughes would have and was last year the starter, even with the Santana suspension. Pavano with back-to-back opening day starts.
You go back to 2007. There's been 9 different opening day pitchers for the Twins. Pavano back-to-back. That was it. To go back to 2006 with Johan Santana, 2005, 2006, and then prior to that, Brad Radke was, I believe, he was a starter for 7 straight seasons. Opening day starter.
Half swing and ball 2, and Santana, normally with pretty good control, having a tough time here in his 16 debut. See, the Twins have rotated the top of their rotation around quite a bit. The 4 straight losing seasons, a big part of that.
Right.
2-0 to J.J. Hardy. Swing and a miss. And with Hardy there, you know, we've talked about the opening day starter rotating. Or how about the shortstops? Twins have had, in the last 12 years, 10 different opening day shortstops. Hardy was one of those.
Yeah,
and Escobar getting a chance in 2016.
Hardy back in 2010.
There's the outside corner, 2-2. Looks like it's miserable out there right now. The wind is whipping around and rain coming down again, seemingly harder with every at bat. High fly deep down the left field line. Let's see what the wind does to this. It's going to turn it around, and it is caught on the warning track by Rosario. That ball looked like when it left home plate it would be 25 feet foul. And Rosario did a great job staying with a windblown, rain-driven foul ball.
He went toward that foul pole thinking it was going to go foul, and then it drifted back into fair territory. This ball is hit so high. Watch Rosario go to the corner and then have to backpedal. And comes up with the out. J.J. Hardy said, oh, shoot, I hooked that ball foul.
Yeah, that's how foul he thought it was. He never left the batter's box initially. And now here's Jonathan Scope. A little pop up right side. Mauer underneath this one. 2 down. And that'll bring up Rule 5 rookie Joey Rickard. Twins fans, if you can't watch the games on TV, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Go to your app store, download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in and stream the Twins wherever you go.
There, Oriole fans giving Rickard a nice ovation right here. This will be his first major league at bat. A Rule 5 player out of the Tampa Bay Rays organization. Last year played in single A, double A, triple A, had quite a year. And also a very good spring training, giving him this opportunity.
Hit just under 400. And that and the fact that Baltimore's Korean import Hyun-Soo Kim didn't hit or play well at all. And the Orioles have put Rickard, a Rule 5 guy, in left field rather than Kim. All back, 2 strikes. Orioles got a bit of a, they're in a bit of a, in my mind, kind of a roster bind because they've got a Rule 5 guy in Rickard, and you don't really know what you're going to get from them. And a player, Kim, who's declined to go down to the minor leagues. The ball hit to center, and Rickard gets a base hit in his first major league at bat on an 0-2 pitch.
Well, that wet baseball will be thrown out. And Rickard with his first major league hit. Ball in Wayne Kirby's hands, the first base coach, now into the dugout.
A nice moment for Joey Rickard, who Hit just under 400 in spring training. And he's hitting 1,000 in the bigs in the regular season.
Take me out, coach.
There's Manny Machado. Blistered a line drive almost over the head of Byron Buxton. Now the Orioles have 2 men aboard with 2 out again here in the second. Santana was hoping for a easier second inning.
This guy right here, Machado, fun to watch play. He is going to be an all-star for many years. Already has made a couple of them.
Jump swing and a miss.
Career high 35 home runs and drove in 86 runs last year. And he played in every ball game last year. All 162.
Popped up near the Oriole dugout. And on the roof. 2 strikes. Santana had to shoot a lot of bullets in the first inning to keep the Orioles off the board, and now one good pitch away from stranding 2 more runners in the second.
First 3 innings so important for a starter. It helps you depend how deep you're going in the ball game. But right now at 38 pitches, 22 in the first for Santana. You'd like to keep that pitch count around 40 for 3 innings. There's Neil Allen.
A strikeout ends the second inning, and the Orioles leave 2 more aboard. On to the third. And Byron Buxton will hit in the third inning, hoping to get some offense going for the Twins. Now is exactly what the Orioles hope to avoid, and that's why the rain or the rain delay delayed this game for an hour and 40 minutes.
I got to be honest, Dick, you know, when they first put that tarp on at 3:05 and the game was delayed, you know, of course we can look at the radar and, hey, you're a better weatherman than I am, but there was a pretty good band that was coming in and it kind of went around the area here, so it really didn't rain much. But now you look at the radar and there's some heavy rains coming.
But the reason that the Orioles treated this the way that they did and delayed the game is now we're faced with a situation where both starters have thrown 2 innings, and a delay of any magnitude at all will force both starters perhaps out of the game, and then you go into the bullpen.
I say take Tillman out of the game. Yeah, he's got 5 strikeouts and 6 batters he's faced. Yeah, let it rain. Get him out of there.
It's a lesson that I guess Mother Nature can't be predicted despite all the technology.
Yeah, the only ball put into play was the first pitch of the ball game off a bat of Brian Dozier. Other than that, 5 straight strikeouts for Chris Tillman. My goodness, he's dealing the first 2 innings. Go ice your arm. Look forward to your next start.
So the tarp is on, and we will have a delay. The bullpens are being emptied, and again, it's a thankless job trying to predict the weather, even with Doppler radar and everything, all the technology that everybody has. But this is exactly what everyone wanted to avoid, and that's why we started an hour and 41 minutes late.
Well, you see Irvin Santana right there trying to get the mud off of the spikes in his cleats. That's muddy.
So it is raining in Baltimore, and we have our second rain delay. And now you gave me more credit than I deserve. You said I was a better weather guy than you, but you look at your device, your
phone.
Yes, I
did.
And so how long do you anticipate this rain?
What I see right now is this little band is coming through, and then there's nothing behind it. So time-wise, I'm going to say 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
How's that?
Mark your watches.
Okay.
And somewhere's around the top of the hour, meteorologist Bert Blyleven predicts that we'll be ready to play again.
About 5:15 or 6. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is.
Forget everything he just predicted.
I get in trouble
when
I don't look at my watch.
We're going to take a break. We're going to go back to the studio, and we're pretty sure we're eventually going to have more baseball here in Baltimore. We are back at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Thanks for staying with us during our second intermission.
That's kind of like we're back.
Yeah. Tarp's off the field, and we think for good. We got 2 innings in, and it's unfortunate for both teams that Irvin Santana for the Twins and Chris Tillman for the Orioles are done for the ball game.
Well, we did knock Chris Tillman out, but Santana struggled a little bit, but 2 shutout innings and nothing ball game.
Chris Tillman gave up a pop-up to Brian Dozier on the very first pitch and then struck out the next 5 batters.
Yeah, I mean, he was lights out in the 2 innings that he worked, and you know, then the rains came, and it's a short start, but quite an impressive 2 innings for Chris Tillman. And on the Twins side, now it will be Tyler Wilson taking over. Tyler, well, those are his numbers from last year. 5 different stints with the Orioles last year. This young man, Orioles very high on him. He's the 4th or 5th starter for the Orioles, and he'll get an opportunity to get some innings in here. He was the Jim Palmer minor league pitcher of the year back in 2014 when he went 13-8 in AA and AAA, and then last year spent the most of the season down in AAA. Made 17 starts, 5 for the Orioles.
Orioles have the option that the Twins don't have, and that is using Wilson, their number 5 starter in this game. The 5th starter for the Twins is Ricky Nolasco, but he pitched just 2 days ago, and in an exhibition game down the way here against the Nationals, so he's not available. And you saw, I think, Ryan Presley, who will be the next pitcher for the Twins, but the Twins aren't probably going to be able to get more than 2 innings from him, so it is not an ideal situation, I'm sure, for both teams. I think specifically for the Twins, a really disappointing way for this season to get started, because they're going to have to use many pitchers out of their bullpen. Now there is an off day tomorrow.
That's the only good thing, right? That's the rainbow.
But this is not how, you know, going with a 12-man pitching staff you wanted to start your season. Right. Can't do anything about it, but I'm sure there will be some second guessing both on the Twins side and the Orioles side as to why this game was started when it started in the first place. Eduardo Escobar will lead things off for the Twins in the 3rd.
Yeah, scouting report on Tyler Wilson, more of a sinker slider type pitcher, pretty good changeup.
Twins have put 1 ball in play. That was the first pitch pop up off the bat of Dozier. Orioles have an infield shift on for Escobar, and he lines one to right center field. That will skip through the wet grass. Trumbo will retrieve. Here's the throw to second base, and Escobar's in with a double. So many doubles the last couple of years, and he gets a double in his first at bat of this season.
Jumped on that first pitch. 31 doubles last year for Escobar. He hit .262. And since he has taken over, see a little sinker stayed up right there. Escobar, good swing. Hits it in that gap. And then right here, hustling out of that box, right there, it's his decision. Can he make it? Feet first slide right into the bag before J.J. Hardy could apply the tag. And Twins get their first hit of the year, a double by Escobar.
Every day in spring training, the Twins practice this. Get them over, get them in, and that's what the 8 and 9 batters will be asked to do here. Strike 1 now to Suzuki. Suzuki and then Buxton.
Yeah, numbers down last year for Suzuki after he hit .288 2 years ago. But he knows what his job is right here. Try to move Escobar over to 3rd.
Fouled away, 2 strikes. Where the Twins had a hard time putting the ball in play against Tillman, even with 2 strikes, Suzuki will try to do that here. Less concerned about where he hits the ball, but just wants to make sure that he puts it in play someplace.
See what Wilson feels his strikeout pitch is.
Rolled foul wide of Machado on the third
looked
base
like the
line.
slider right there. He wanted down and away, left down and in. Wilson last year 5 starts for the Orioles, 9 appearances overall, 13 strikeouts in 36 innings with 11 walks. And this is a young man in the minor leagues, outstanding control. And see him take that deep breath.
Yes, the inside corner, and not by much. 1 and 2.
Yeah, a little movement on that fastball, the 2-seamer basically. Take a look at this ball. Starts inside, just kind of creeps and stays inside. See the movement a little bit.
Now 2-2. While the Twins went through a drama-less March, there was a little bit of drama with the Orioles, and we'll talk about that through the broadcast tonight and then the next 2 games. Some of the drama involved the back end of their rotation where they released veteran Miguel Gonzalez. A dramatic drop in velocity from Gonzalez led to his being released. 2-2 to Suzuki. Chop toward third. Machado looks at the runner and fires across, and Suzuki's retired 1 away. And that'll bring up Byron Buxton. Our soup trivia question. First one of the year, and we were perfect, I think, last year. 150 telecasts.
I don't know if we've ever been wrong.
It was the Orioles starting pitcher the last time the Twins opened the season in Baltimore, which, for those of you who want to look it up, was 2012.
He's no longer here.
Won't be giving it away now. Okay. You and I both know who it is. But here's Byron Buxton. Had an okay spring training. Showed some signs of being a little more selective at the plate. Battled a little bit better with 2 strikes.
And that's one thing Tom Bernansky really has been working on. We talked a little bit about spring training. Just make contact. Too many strikeouts last year for Buxton.
Last year here in Baltimore, Buxton got his first major league run batted in, and he'd like to get his first one of the year here in this at bat. Escobar runs pretty well at second base.
There's Tom Bernansky spending a lot of time with Buxton, going over the scouting report, I'm sure, of Tyler Wilson.
Sliced foul, and it's 1-1.
Buxton just 22 years old, of course, the Twins' #1 pick, 2nd overall in the 2012 draft. Carlos Correa with the Astros, the #1 pick overall in that draft with the Houston Astros.
Take strike 2. And this is where the Twins saw some signs of improvement. Now, whether he can carry it forward into the regular season, of course, remains to be seen. This still is his rookie season. He came up just a handful of plate appearances short of burning his rookie status last year. So he is a rookie in 2016.
He took that fastball right here. Now the scouting report again on Wilson. Pretty good slider. Watch Wieters where he sets up.
And
there's a slider. He left it up a little bit, and a ball that Buxton probably wished he would have put in play. Kind of hung right there for him.
We were talking the other day, if this guy, not Dozier, but if Buxton can simply hit the ball on the ground every time he came up to the plate, he'd bat .330. He's that fast. Checked his swing. And again, more than the numbers, and the numbers were okay in spring training. They saw check swings like that, where last year he was committed to a pitch.
That's a good check swing right there, because that was a nasty slider that he laid off of, and that's the pitch that gave him trouble last year. A lot of strikeouts, 44 and 129 at bats.
Now 2-2. And a foul ball. Last year, if you blinked after strike 2, you very often missed strike 3. That's how quick it happened.
But yeah, again, we have to look at Buxton. He's 22 years old. He's still learning, you know. He's still maturing as a hitter.
As general manager Terry Ryan admitted, it was a mistake. They rushed him to the big leagues, but Aaron Hicks was hurt and some other people were hurt. They needed a center fielder, so they called him up.
They got a good one.
Strike 3, 2 down. And that'll bring Dozier to the plate with Escobar still at second.
Well, is there a better second baseman in the game of baseball than Brian Dozier over the last 2 years? I think his numbers show that he has been outstanding offensively and also defensively for the Twins. But you can hit the home runs, 51 total home runs over the last 2 seasons.
Dozier popped up to left field on the first pitch of the game. And he takes inside ball one.
Ryan last year played in 157 ball games, hit 28 home runs, drove in 77.
Looking for a big 2-out hit. Takes a strike.
You know, we had a chance to talk to Brian in spring training, and he said one thing he wants to really improve on, and that's that career batting average. Last year hit 236, even though he's hit 8 home runs, 39 doubles for Brian, but still he feels like he should be a 260, 270 hitter.
A speed pitch and a foul. And Wilson is one good pitch away from pitching around the leadoff double. Guessing that half the crowd that was here when the game started, an hour and 41 minutes late, has stuck around here for the resumption. Maybe less than half. 1-2 to Dozier. High pop up. Jones jogs in from center. And the Twins get a leadoff double, but can't move Escobar. Still no score here in Baltimore. Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. Without the rain, we'd perhaps be done with this game by now. As it is, the bottom of the third inning, no score, and Adam Jones will lead things off in the third against Ryan Presley. Down and in, ball one.
Well, Presley in his 4th season with the Twins, of course, back in 2013, he stayed the whole season with the Twins when he was a Rule 5 pickup out of the Boston Red Sox organization. Last year, 27 relief appearances, 2.93 ERA. He had a very good spring. What he was able to do in spring training is establish that fastball and then pick up some strikeouts on that very good curveball.
2-0 now to Jones. In his 2 innings of work, Irvin Santana had a hard time throwing strikes, walked a couple of guys, fell behind a number of others. And sliced foul, 2-1. Santana gave up 2 walks, 2 hits, left 4 men on, struck out 3. Let's do Danny Santana, who had a very good spring training. 2-1 to Adam Jones. Chris Davis, Mark Trumbo will follow. Swing and a miss.
Good breaking ball right there. Good location. Ryan Presley, 27 years old.
Presley made a dozen appearances in spring training, but only one that lasted more than 1 inning.
Here comes the curveball right here.
And Jones, that's a foul ball. In the 1 inning where Presley went more than one outing, where he pitched more than 1 inning, he pitched just 2 innings. So again, this is not a. The two teams are going to go about things here for the balance of this day in completely different fashion. The Orioles are hoping to get 5 innings maybe from Wilson. And the Twins are hopeful of getting 2 from Presley. On the ground, hit right to Escobar. 1 away. And before Chris Davis comes to the plate, theme nights are back in 2016. Theme night packages including game ticket and item available exclusively with the theme night package. Among the returning favorites, Star Wars night with a Plouffe Skywalker bobblehead. And new theme nights include wrestling night. That's where you and I are going to be in those.
Mud wrestling, I think.
No. Featuring a Twins wrestling mask. Like Dr. X.
Oh.
Caru's Corner with a red Caru jersey and more. You can see the full theme night lineup at twinsbaseball.com/theme nights.
Good sinker right there by Ryan Presley.
1 strike to Davis. Walk got as far as third base in the first inning. And over for strike 2.
One thing about Presley is that when he was with a Boston organization in the minor leagues, he was basically a starter. And then when he came over to the Twins in 2013 in the Rule 5 draft, of course, the Twins didn't want to start him. They put him in that bullpen. And a lot of people thought, okay, 2014, he'll go down and be a starter. But he's always been in the bullpen.
Good pitch there with Davis striking out, 2 down.
Good.
And that's what we
sequence.
talked about during one of his spring training appearances that we televised. He's got a swing and miss stuff out of the bullpen.
Watch this curveball right there. I mean, that's a little tighter curveball than we have seen, but boy, look at the break right there, the downward break. I mean, great sequence right there. Sinker for strike 1, slider like a cutter that stayed up, but for strike 2, and then the hammer.
Mark Trumbo will bat. Just did a little chip shot out of the reach of Dozier for a single in the first inning, and then Stoll second.
And that really wasn't a bad pitch by Santana. It got in on him, and he fought it off, and Brian was shading like he is right now, Trumbo a little bit up the middle, and he just flared it just past Dozier's glove into right field.
High pop up, very high pop up to right. Sano calling for it, makes the catch on the warning track. And a 1-2-3 third inning on just 11 pitches for Ryan Presley.
Joe Mauer will lead off the top of the 4th inning for the Twins, and he is seeing things clearly. Literally, it's our Sanford Health injury update. Mauer has dealt with some blurred vision in the past, but it is not an issue for him now. I asked Joe earlier today about the experiment with sunglasses during spring training, and he said basically, if it's sunny or I'm squinting, I'll wear sunglasses. If it's not, I won't. Some high-tech stuff there, but Dick and Bert were happy to report that Mauer's injury update is that he's feeling great, and Mauer is very happy to be moving on from this blurred vision topic.
Thank you, Marty. Joe will tell you that it's the sunglasses are really incidental, of course, to what he's been able to do that he hasn't been able to do. It's more time away from the concussion symptoms.
Right.
He told me about these new strobe light vision training things that the Twins are trying now, where a ball zips by you with strobe lights and you're to focus on the ball and try to track it better that way. And so now if he doesn't hit 300 this year, then it's an all big to do about nothing.
Well, Joe himself has said, going back to the stress of the concussion, never having one. I don't think you've ever had one. I talk to people that have had it and have gone through it, and it's almost like, I don't know, they go through a daze, almost like they're drunk, where it's, imagine trying to pick up a baseball that's coming at you at 93, 94. And Joe says that his vision is better. He just feels a lot better at the plate.
On the ground to Hardy. That'll bring up Miguel Sano. Came up and almost immediately had a huge impact on the Twins lineup. Gave them a power threat that the Twins have not had in many years.
Yeah, 18 home runs. He drove in 52 runs in only 80 ball games. 17 doubles, a triple, and some of his home runs were monstrous.
Facing Tyler Wilson. Down and away, ball 1. Sano called out on strikes his first time up.
Sano made the jump from Double-A to the big leagues back on July 2nd. Kenny Vargas was sent back to Double-A.
Too low, 2-0.
This young man, Sano, is going to be fun to watch through his maturity of just becoming a major league player. I think he's got a very good idea what he's up there trying to do. Good take right there.
Sano has said he's a very nice young man, but very confident. He says he's going to hit a lot more home runs if they pitch to him. He's already aware that he has been and will continue to be pitched around. 3-0. Towering pop-up right side. And Chris Davis, all alone on the right side of the infield, makes the catch, 2 down.
Yeah, he had the green light, 3-0. Just got underneath that fastball right there for the second out.
And that'll bring up Trevor Plouffe. Plouffe went down swinging his first time up. We talked about Miguel Gonzalez, the Baltimore veteran who was released. Kind of a surprise because he did have 3 winning seasons in the last 4 years for Baltimore. But then, too, the guy the Orioles and Buck Showalter have been really counting on, Kevin Gausman, had some shoulder issues in spring training. Took a cortisone shot starting the year on the disabled list. So that opened the door even further for Tyler Wilson, and now here he is in the season opener. Strike to Plouffe, and now a ball. Orioles did have some drama in spring training with Wieters in his elbow and Gausman his shoulder.
Yeah, they started off very poorly. I believe they lost their first 12 ball games, but then picked it up a little bit better, and spring training went along. Showalter, in his 7th season as a manager of the Orioles, also managed the Yankees and the Rangers and the Diamondbacks.
Popped up. Davis might have a play on this one as well. A 1-2-3 4th for Tyler Wilson. No score here in Baltimore. No score going to the bottom of the 4th inning. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest growing LTE network. Matt Wieters leads off the 4th for Baltimore. And there's strike one. Wieters was up, had a critical and long at bat with Irvin Santana. 2 runners in scoring position, and what was it, 11 pitches, I believe, and finally Wieters took a called 3rd strike. Outside 1-1.
Saw the 2 fastballs right there. 4-seamer to get strike 1, and then he tried that 2-seamer, just missed down and away. So a couple different fastballs for Ryan Pressly to go along with his slider and the curveball.
To center, Buxton going back. 1 down. Might not seem like much, but given what happened after Machado's at bat in the 1st inning, there were 2 really good plays before the 2nd rain delay after the 2nd inning by Twins outfielders. Buxton going back on Machado's screaming line drive made a nice catch. And then J.J. Hardy, after Alvarez's leadoff walk in the 2nd, Rosario kept his eye on the ball. A wind-blown fly ball, ended up backpedaling on the warning track and caught that ball. And those 2 plays largely responsible for the fact that we have a scoreless game here. Either one of those balls drop and the Orioles have at least 1 run. 1-0 to Alvarez. Alvarez is here because of his defensive deficiencies. First at 3rd base, then at 1st base. And when the Orioles non-tendered him, it was assumed that he would end up someplace in the American League. Swing and a miss. 2-1.
Yeah, the Pirates. Yep.
What did I say?
The Orioles, but that's okay.
No, he was with the Pirates. Now he's with the Orioles, but he even when he was with the Pirates, he looked more like a designated hitter.
Yeah, he led the National League with 36 home runs in 2013, so he's got a lot of pop in that bat. Good breaking ball right there by Ryan.
And now with 2 strikes, Plouffe will move to the 1st base side of 2nd base.
Yeah, Alvarez 131 home runs in 6 seasons with the Pirates.
2-2. Gow, right off the outside corner. It looked like he dropped that right on the outside edge. Whoa.
Well, some umpires will say it went around the plate. It is outside. Kind of that, you know, he's got that curveball. It's almost like a drop from 12 to 6.
3-2.
Comes back with another one over the strike zone. Alvarez, a strikeout victim, is 2nd for Ryan Pressly.
5 up, 5 down for Pressly. Target Field suites are available for single game rental for groups of 16 to 150 plus. You can enjoy a climate controlled experience and a fantastic view of the Twins game, food and beverage included. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS and schedule your suite at Target Field. Fastball up to J.J. Hardy. Hardy hit the fly ball. He was convinced it was going to be into the seats in foul territory. Didn't immediately leave the batter's box area, and then started toward 1st about the time the ball blew back onto the field of play. And Rosario did a nice job not giving up on it, backpedaling and making a nice catch on the track. 2-0 to Hardy. Jonathan Schoop on deck as the count goes to 3-0.
Well, you mentioned Ryan one time went 2 innings. You know, if they could get maybe 1 more inning out of him right here. Only 23 pitches so far. If he can come back and get Hardy out right here. Fastball away, and he misses.
4-pitch walk. And the Orioles get their 3rd walk of the ball game, and that'll bring up Schoop.
Irvin Santana, a couple walks in 2 shutout innings. But he also had 3 strikeouts. He threw 39 pitches, and Irvin said, you know, I'm sure he's going to say I threw too many pitches in those 2 innings.
Schoop had some knee issues early last year, came on and had a good year for the Orioles. It's to right center field. And Sano is there to put it away. Shifted it toward the gap. He's able to make the play. And the Orioles are done in the 4th. Rosario, Park, and Escobar will bat for the Twins when we come back. No score as we go to the 5th inning. Ryan Presley with a couple of scoreless innings. And our Toyota key stat, Eddie Rosario, leadoff batter here for the Twins in the 5th inning. Last year became the first player since Jim Rivera to get back in 1953 10 or more home runs, 15 or more triples, 10 or more stolen bases, and 15 or more outfield assists.
That's why I think a lot of Twins fans are very high on Eddie Rosario. Played 122 ball games when he was called up. Called up in early May.
Dribbler right side, going to be a tough play for Schoop. Nice play. Wasn't that close at all. Schoop beautifully retires Rosario one away.
Yeah, had the shift on right there, so Schoop is playing over between first and second, closer to first right there. Comes in, does a great job of only one thing to do, barehanded and get it as quick as he can over to Davis. Very nice defensive play by Schoop.
That'll bring up Young Ho Park. Went down swinging in his first official major league at bat. Over the inside corner, strike 1. Just missed. 1-1. Talked earlier about Young Soo Kim, the Korean player who signed with the Orioles, a 2-year deal, $7 million or thereabouts. Hit to center field, his first big league hit. And we should take that baseball on a play, don't you think?
Yeah, Rickert in his first at bat in the 2nd inning got his first major league hit. Joey Rickert.
The Orioles did not have contractually the right to send their player Kim down to the minor leagues. He declined an assignment. The Twins have that right with Park, but he played well enough in spring training. The Twins are hopeful that he'll be able to hold his own early and get better as the year goes along.
Solid at bat right there. 3 fastballs. He caught up to that 3rd one and lined it up the middle. So congratulations, Byung Ho Park, on his first major league hit.
Escobar spanked the double first pitch he saw after the resumption of play, squaring the bunt, taking strike 1. Park is an average runner. Liner to the shortstop Hardy, and Park is back to first base, 2 down. Bring up Kurt Suzuki. Our car soup answer. This is something that the Oriole fans regret, of course, that their starting pitcher back in 2012 for the Twins, it was Carl Bavano. Jake Arrieta, last year's Cy Young Award winner for the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, he just didn't pan out here. A couple injuries, but boy, since he became a Cub, he has been on fire.
Orioles won the game 4-2, contributing now to a string of 7 straight opening day losses for the Twins. They hope to end that here today. Liner to Machado. Suzuki knocked the stuffing out of it, and the Twins leave Park at first base. Pepsi fans of the game, always seeing quite a number of Twins fans here when we come to Baltimore. And in this case, Twins fans had to sit through with the Oriole fans a rain delay of 1 hour 41 minutes before the game's first pitch, then a couple of innings, then another delay of 1 hour and 11 minutes. And now the Twins are on pitcher number 3, his name Casey Fiend.
Yeah, Casey Fiend in his 5th season with the Twins, 32 years old. Had a very consistent year last year, 62 relief appearances, 61 hits and 63 in a 3rd innings pitched with 41 strikeouts.
Usually pitching later in the game and typically just 1 inning. We'll see how the Twins play this out here. As the team left spring training, they decided that Michael Tonkin would be stretched out into a long reliever, and in fact threw in the neighborhood of 50 pitches, but that came yesterday in Fort Myers before he flew here last night.
Yeah, no fooling around with Casey Fiend out on that mound. He'll look at that sign, get ready, works very quickly.
1-1.
That's a slider right there. Casey with a good fastball in the low 90s. He's added a little slow curveball from time to time in his repertoire, along with a changeup.
On the outside corner, 1-2. Down the right field line. Rickard keeps on hitting. Sano closes on it. And Rickard's going to dig for two. Sano's throw to second base skips by the shortstop Escobar, and Rickard with a single in the second. And now a double leading off the fifth.
Yeah, he picked up his first major league hit in the second inning. Now his first extra base hit. Inside out swing, just hitting it softly down that right field line. Sano getting over there as quick as he can. Makes a good throw to second base. It's almost like this is a double the whole way, but Sano gets over there quickly, spins around. And he's got an outstanding arm. Look at that. Just one-hopped Escobar, but Plouffe was there to back it up.
Twins got a leadoff double in the third, didn't do anything with it. And now we'll see if the Orioles can cash in here in the fifth. Manny Machado, the batter. Base hit right field. Sano charges, scoops and fires, and Rickard this time will hold up. So Fiend greeted by a double and then a sharp single, first and third, nobody out.
Yeah, one thing I think they'll work with Sano on right there, he's got to throw that ball toward home plate in case Machado may want to go to second base. Watch Sano, a couple times he's just kind of tossed the ball to Brian Dozier. Throw it to Mauer right there. Maybe Machado may take off and try to go to second, but if you just lob it in like that, Machado's going to stay at first. But runners at the corners for the Orioles, nobody out.
Adam Jones with a strikeout and a ground ball to short. High fly to deep right center field. Sano going back. That ball carrying off the wall. Sano pins it against the wall. One run will score. It's a double. Here comes the second runner. Here comes a throw to the plate. Not in time, and it's 2-0. On 3 straight pitches, Rickard doubles, Machado singles, and Jones drives in the first 2 runs of the
year.
Casey
Fiend's going to go right after him with a fastball. It's just a fastball up, and Jones just hit it the other way to one of the deepest parts of the field here at Camden Yards. So 3 pitches, it's a 2-0 Oriole lead.
So the number 9 batter, the Rule 5 rookie, triggers a 3-hit barrage so far. Still nobody out. Davis with a walk and a strikeout. And he goes after the first pitch and fouls it over the Twins dugout.
Well, the one to Jones, you can see up in the zone and not a lot of movement on it. And Jones just takes it the other way. Saw where Sano was playing. I don't think anybody caught that. Hits off the wall. So a 2-run double for Adam Jones.
And they're swinging at everything Casey Fiend's throwing up there.
Orioles have a very powerful lineup as far as home runs and power, and they do not get cheated up there. They like to swing the bat.
Davis very strikeout prone, and boy, could Fiend sure use one here.
Davis, Chris Davis in his first plate appearance, re-signing with the Orioles. This is his 6th season with the Orioles. Led the American League with 47 home runs last year. 203 home runs in his career with the Rangers and the Orioles.
Sprawling Suzuki makes a backhanded catch, 1-2.
Yeah, Kurt wanted that ball down and away, ended up down and in.
The Orioles out hitting the Twins 5-2, but 3 of them in rapid fashion to start the 5th inning and driven in the first 2 runs. Suzuki held it, but didn't get the call. thought it was low. Looked like it split the plate in half.
Well, take a look at the last pitch right here. A little cutter.
Well,
wow, not missing by much.
Now a full count to Davis. He walks a lot, strikes out a lot, and he hits home runs a lot. Foul one hopping the tarp.
Yeah, with his 47 home runs last year for Davis, he also led the American League with 208 strikeouts.
Givens warming up in the Oriole bullpen. Big pop-up. And Plouffe will have plenty of time to get underneath it.
Could have a
A
picnic.
foul ball catch, one down. And finally the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Trumbo.
They say here in Baltimore, when Davis hits the ball out, he'll crush the ball. But they say this guy, when he hits the ball out, it goes further than Chris Davis. Okay, very, very strong. Trumbo at 6'4", about 225.
Orioles picked him up in a trade. Other than this was at a time the Orioles had not re-signed Davis. Strike one. And so the acquisition of Trumbo made the Oriole lineup even more right-handed. Then they re-signed Davis, signed Alvarez, and as we said a long time ago before first pitch, this Oriole team has 6 players who've hit 30 or more home runs in a season. Trumbo's one of them. The Twins don't have any. Twins have a couple of 28 home run guys. Dozier faded in the second half, hit 28. And Mauer hit 28 in 5 months when he won the league MVP. One and one to Trumbo. Now 1-2. Fernando Abad warming up in a hurry.
Trumbo, like Davis, like a lot of power hitters, will strike out. Last year, 93 times he struck out. Excuse me, 132 times he struck out. And just over 500 at-bats.
Foul. Abad warming up. Matt Wieters is a switch hitter. He's the next batter, but Pedro Alvarez is a left-handed batter. And if Fiend, who's already thrown 17 pitches, can't get Trumbo and Wieters, we might see a pitching change here in the 5th inning. Up and away, 2-2. Exactly how the manager and the pitching coach wanted to play the first game, with the starter getting 2 innings, having to go through what might be just about the entire bullpen. Down and away, 3-2. On the ground through the hole, a base hit. Jones had to retreat to second. He'll only gain third base. For Casey Fiend has faced 5 men. He's given up 4 hits. And now the switch hitter, Matt Wieters.
Yeah, Trumbo gets his second hit of the ball game.
Conference on the mound between battery mates. Twins fans, you can join the Heart of 29, a year-long campaign to help support the American Heart Association. Purchase a special Carew's Corner ticket package Fridays in April and May and receive a Rod Carew Twins jersey. Fans can also join or pledge Rod's team at the Twin Cities Heart Walk. For more details, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events on the Hot Topics bar. Fiend stays in to face Wieters.
See if he can get a ground ball right here.
Wieters with a strikeout and a fly ball so far today. Missing inside ball one.
Casey Fiend, not really a ground ball type pitcher. Doesn't really have that sinker to get some ground balls. Pretty good four-seam fastball. He'll have to rely, if he wants a ground ball, maybe on that hard slider. Keep it down.
Dozier will catch of a soft line drive out number 2. We'll see if it's
ball getting in on Wieters a little bit, jams himself.
And here comes Paul Molitor. He was hoping Fiend would be able to pitch through the 5th, but with Twins already trailing 2-0, 2 men aboard, and the left-hand hitting Alvarez coming up, it'll be the Twins debut of Fernando Abad. Well, Fiend gave up 4 hits, 3 of them on 3 straight pitches, and it's 2-0 Baltimore. The leadoff batter in the 5th, then a single on the next pitch, double on the next pitch. The Orioles have a 2-0 lead. Fiend out of the game, and Fernando Abad comes in to make his Twins debut.
Yeah, Abad, 30 years old, went to spring training with the Twins as a non-roster invitee and made the club out of spring training. Last couple years with the Oakland A's.
Had one really good year 2 years ago and had a good first half going last year, and then everything kind of fell apart. The Twins felt that Abad was tipping his pitches, which might explain, I mean, all the numbers are okay except for the 11 home runs allowed in 47 2/3 innings. And essentially Abad asked to fill the role that for a number of years Brian Dunsing did. Neil Kotz was another left-hander for the Twins at the end of last season.
Yeah, Abad with a good fastball in the mid-90s. Curveball, hard curveball, and a changeup.
Breaking ball to center, and Buxton, following a wobbler, makes a knee-high catch, and Abad gets Alvarez on 1 pitch. 4 hits, 3 in a row, and 2 runs for the Orioles in the 5th.
just went into the offseason trying to be more consistent, swinging at good pitches and being patient at the plate and hitting my pitch. So I spent a good bit of time in the cage with my agent, and we just worked on me being consistent. He'd throw me breaking balls, and if they weren't strikes, I'd take them, and if they were, I'd take a good swing and see what happened.
And Buxton struck out his first time up. Ideally and eventually the Twins are confident that he'll be a leadoff batter, but unless or until he feels comfortable out there, builds his confidence up, he'll hit ninth. Facing a new pitcher, Michael Givens.
Yeah, Givens with that sidearm delivery in his second season with the Orioles. 3 stints with them last year, 22 appearances, a 2-0 record.
1-1. Asked about Buxton before the game today, Paul Molitor said he saw in spring training that he had a little better at bats, but they were swing and miss 1 and 2, kind of a ball strike count dependent. In other words, when he had a favorable count, and this is not 1 now, it counts 1 and 2, he tended to have his best at bats. That's true for most hitters, of course. 2 and 2.
We can see Givens kind of a slinger right there. He'll kind of turn a little bit on that pitching rubber and then come sidearm.
Buxton strikes out.
An overpowering fastball. Fastball clocked at 94. So Buxton goes down on strikes for the second time. And Givens picks up his first strikeout. 7 strikeouts for the Orioles so far against the Twins.
1 down, and here's Brian Dozier. He's hit the ball in the air twice, once to deep short, caught by Hardy, and the other one hit to short center, caught by Jones. Strike 1. The Oriole bullpen is very good, and when you think of the Oriole bullpen, you think of the guys at the end, Britton and O'Day and 1 or 2 others. Brad Brock. Another pop up to center, should be playable for Jones. Hardly has to move. 2 down. The Twins Flex Plan gives you flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. Choose in advance or even the day of the game. So don't plan, Flex Plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS to learn more. 2 down quickly, and now Joe Mauer. A strikeout and a bouncer to short. Twins with just 2 hits. Escobar's leadoff double in the 3rd, and Parks' 1-out single in the 5th.
Givens made quite an impression to the Orioles last year. 38 strikeouts in 30 innings pitched in the 22 relief appearances. Young man that signed originally by the Orioles as an infielder, then converted into a pitcher in 2013.
Down the line, and that'll die in front of the left fielder Rickard. Mauer's aboard with a base hit. And that'll bring up Sano. All right, the Twins have their bloop. Now they need a blast to tie the game. Sano with a called 3rd strike taken in the 1st inning, and then a big pop-up caught by Davis in the 4th. To tie it up, swing and a miss. Two strikes.
Givens going right after him with 2 good fastballs, about 94. That last fastball at 96. Another fastball away.
3 swings and misses. All 3 fastballs in the mid-90s, and Mauer left aboard. It's still 2-0 Baltimore.
Twins down 2-0, and Twin fans, don't forget at Twin home games, you bring your Circle Me Bert signs. You might find yourself in the Minnesota Lottery's winner circle where you could win $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery.
Kiss cam in the middle of a Circle Me Bert.
And a Twin and an Oriole fan. Very, very nice. We both are here by Circle.
J.J. Hardy will face Fernando Abad. Strike one. Hardy walked his last time up. Fly ball to left his first time up. Then Scope and Rickard. Mauer having a little communication with Abad because he is the only infielder on the right side. So on a ball, a squibber, maybe even a bunt, they want to get their signal straight before the play as to who's doing what. And on the outside corner, 0-2. Twins with two left-handers in the bullpen, Abad and of course closer Glenn Perkins. One and two. Abad has that super slow changeup, 75 miles per hour or even slower. Just giving a hitter a different look.
He's been around baseball a long time. Signed back in 2002 out of the Dominican Republic by the Astros.
2-2.
At the big league level, control has been an issue a little bit for him. 227 1/3 innings coming into this year. 193 strikeouts, but 77 walks. And you mentioned the 11 home runs he allowed last year.
Fouled away. The Twins are confident that given his history, he will be effective against both right-handed hitters and left-handed hitters.
He's pitched for the Astros from 2010 to 2012, the Washington Nationals in 2013, then the last couple years with the Oakland A's. There's that changeup you were talking about, almost like a screwball.
Brian Dunsing signed a minor league deal with the Royals. He was with them in spring training and then agreed to a minor league deal. Neil Kotz recently signed a minor league deal with the Angels. Full count to the leadoff man and foul back. Hardy, when healthy, has been an anchor here in Baltimore. Just 1 year with the Twins, and he had injury issues with the Twins, a thumb and wrist issue.
Yeah, last year at some time on a disabled list, left shoulder strain.
High fly, left center field. Buxton glides towards it. Makes the catch, one away. That'll bring up Jonathan Scope. Mentioned earlier, the Twins won all 7 games between these two teams last year, 3 in Minnesota, 4 here in Baltimore. Orioles had to win their last 5 games last year to get to the 500 mark. They had a very high ERA among their starting staff, didn't do anything really to improve it.
The Orioles ended up with the 81-81 record, third place in the American League Eastern Division, 12 games behind Toronto.
They retained some key free agents, Davis and O'Day, but then added more power to the lineup with Trumbo and Alvarez. Another off-speed pitch inside that at 63 miles per hour. 2-0.
You see the run on that fastball right there. Abad looking at that left hand.
Rickard has hits in his first 2 big league at bats on deck. And a 4-pitch walk will put a man aboard.
All right, how do you get this guy out? Quite a major league debut so far. Singled in his first at bat in the 2nd inning, and then led off the 5th inning against Casey Fiend with a double. And already a crowd favorite. Wait till he makes it out.
and he hit just under 400 in spring training.
I mentioned before, last year started in Single-A in the Rays organization, moved up to Double-A, then Triple-A, ended up combined hit .321. 4 minor league seasons in the Ray organization, a .283 hitter. Not much pop.
And there's an off-speed pitch over, 1-1. On the outside corner, 1-2. Fastball in the low 90s and an assortment of off-speed pitches. One and 2. To right field, Sano coming in, makes a running catch. And Rickard just stuck the bat out, protecting the plate.
That's what you like to see out of Miguel Sano right there. He got a good jump on that ball, came hustling in, and made the running catch.
2 down.
An off-speed pitch, just hit this. You see Sano right there, good reaction. For a big man, he can motor a little bit.
2 down, and here's Machado. Single to right field his last time up, 1 for 3.
That was good that the Twins brought in Torrey Hunter too in spring training to work with Sano out in right field.
There are going to be some plays out there that aren't going to be made. That's just the fact of the matter. I don't know that Sano could have caught Jones's drive in the first place, but you saw the route that Sano took on the 2-run double, and it, was not a direct route to where the ball landed in the outfield, and those are going to be the plays that are going to be the toughest for him. 1 strike to Machado.
Well, I think positioning too. Again, Butch Davis has kind of moved Sano, and Sano, you've got a long way to look into Butch Davis. That's kind of on the top step right there.
But there is a lot of inexperience out there. You saw Davis, he's peeking out to center field right now to position Buxton.
Right.
Because Buxton is still learning hitters. The ball hit on the ground right to Escobar, the short way to Dozier. That ends the inning. Abad with an inning and a third of relief. The Orioles with a 2-0 lead. Story of the game.
Well, the Orioles came, as their lineup came through. Everybody excited about opening day. Then the rain came after 2 innings of work. Actually, the game was delayed at the beginning and finally picked up. And the early offense so far was Adam Jones's 2-run double. That coming off of Casey Fiend in the 5th inning. So a 2-0 Orioles lead.
Middle of the Twins lineup, Plouffe, Rosario, and Park. due to hit here in the 7th. Put in ball 1. We mentioned the Twins had about as vanilla spring training as you could have. No issues, no suspension, but no injuries to speak of. Buxton missed a couple of days because of the flu. That was about it. Then you look at the Dodgers, who opened this season with 10 players on the disabled list. And the Twins have had, so far as to say, maybe the healthiest spring training they've had certainly in a long time. Taken low, 2-1 to Plouffe. Twins with just 3 base runners on 3 hits. They haven't taken a walk. On the ground, easy play for Hardy.
Oh, nice little slider, good location right there. Gets a ground ball. So Givens doing a good job of getting outs. Chris Tillman started for the Orioles, and then he was out after that rain delay. He was on fire. 5 strikeouts in the 2 shutout innings. Tyler Wilson, 3 shutout innings. Well, Michael Givens retired 4 outs so far in his 2nd inning of relief.
We mentioned the Twins have lost 7 straight opening day games, over which in those 7 games they scored a total of 14 runs. Now you go ahead with your California high school match.
That's 2. I know that right off the get-go.
2 runs, averaging 2 runs a game, and you're not going to win many games scoring just an average of 2 runs a game.
Well, when you look at the Orioles, they've won their last 5 opening days, so they've had good success on opening day as of late.
Foul, 1 and 2. And overall, this is the 63rd year of Major League Baseball here in Baltimore, and the Orioles are 40 and 22 on opening day. Trevor May looks like he will be next out of the chute. Hacked down the left field line for a hit. Rosario should have extra bases. And hard head first slide, and we'll hope Rosario is okay. He banged his chin on the base itself.
Yeah, it looked like he had a little hesitation as he rounded first base, whether he was going to go for 2 or not, and then kicked it in, and a hard, like you mentioned, slide, kind of an inside out swing with Machado playing basically around shortstop. Slid kind of late.
Yeah,
it looked like he was going to try to slide with his feet and then decided to dive at the bag. So a double for Rosario. 4th hit for the Twins, their 2nd double.
Here's Byung-Ho Park.
That slide looks like it could hurt.
Struck out in his first big league at bat, then a line drive single to center in his 2nd at bat in the 5th inning.
Watch
and
out.
Gets hit by a pitch.
A breaking ball just stayed inside.
And that'll bring up Escobar with the tying run at first. First and second, Escobar, the first pitch he saw, cracked a double to right center field in the 3rd, then hit a soft liner to Hardy in his next at bat.
Yeah, Givens with that sidearm delivery, a spinner that just didn't spin, and looks like it got parked on the left leg, calf area.
And the Twins need to cash in here in the 7th. First time they've had more than 1 base runner on in an inning. Not close, ball 1. The Orioles have things set up at the end, starting with Brock, who's been really good for them, then O'Day, who they gave an enormous contract to retain him, and then Britton, their all-star closer. And Escobar challenged with a 92-mile-per-hour fastball, a swing and a miss.
Yeah, just above the letters right there, and Escobar couldn't catch up to it.
for so long. A couple years with the White Sox, we saw him. Then the Twins got him in the Liriano trade. He's been with the Twins now for a number of years. This is his 5th year in a Twins uniform. He's only 27 years old. A drive to right field and deep. Going back. That ball is off the base of the wall. Rosario will come around third and score. Park to third base, and Escobar with a pair of doubles, driving in the first run of the game in the 7th.
Boy, he came a couple feet from hitting a 3-run home run. Instead, it's a RBI double for Escobar, his 2nd double of the ball game. He got a fastball that just stayed right there. Great swing by Escobar. Ball might have had too much top spin on it, so it hits right off the chain link fence. Trumbo retrieves it, gets it back in, and it's a 2-1 ball game.
Pair of doubles in the 7th against Gibbons, and a hit batter in between. The Twins down by a run. The tying run just 90 feet away, and Brad Brock will pitch next. Puts the Twins on the board. He's the go-ahead run. And Park is at third as the tying run. And Kurt Suzuki will face hard-throwing right-hander Brad Brock.
Yeah, Brock last year 62 ball games, as you can see, only 57 hits allowed in 79 and a third innings with 89 strikeouts. He did walk 38, 3 intentional.
Orioles have the infield 2/3 of the way in, with Suzuki at the plate. Suzuki's hit the ball twice to Machado at third base, 1 on a line in his 5th inning at bat. Ball 1. Principally 2 years ago when he made the All-Star team, but even to a lesser extent last year, Suzuki one of the more reliable Twins batters with men in scoring position. And the Twins would love for him to come through here with a runner at third and a runner at second. Chopped off a foot. 1-1.
Yeah, the defense infield for the Orioles, they are in, not all the way in, playing about halfway. Trying to cut down Park. If a ball is hit sharply to one of the infielders.
Suzuki frustrating first at bat. Escobar had just doubled. Suzuki was trying to get him at least to third base, but he hit a ground ball to Machado instead. Two.
Good fastball right there. Great location. Fastball at 95. Also a slider for Brock, and then a split finger.
Last 2 years has been the toughest Twin to strike out. A high fly down the left field line to the corner, chased by Rickard. And he makes the catch, and that will allow Park to tag and score the tying run. A foul ball, and the rookie made the catch for out number 2, but the Twins tie the game.
Right, that's what you're talking about. Suzuki, you know, behind an account, still find a way to get contact and drive in a run. So a good at bat for Kurt Suzuki as Park ties the game at 2 apiece. Rickard going a long way for this ball, right against the wall, kind of fighting the fan right there.
What do you do there in the late innings?
You go after it. You
Really?
go after
Okay.
it and get the out.
And now Buxton with the go-ahead run at second. He actually looked like he reached into the seating area to make the catch. Buxton 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. They'll appeal at third base. And old plate umpire Mike Winter said Park did not leave early.
Well, take a look at the catch right here of Rickard going right there, and the fan almost interfering. And Park scoring for the first time in the big leagues.
Swing and a miss. Been a lot of those today. Buxton came up with an RBI situation in the third. Runner at second, 1 out, and struck out. And leading off the 6th, he struck out as well. And strike 2. And a half swing.
Both runners scored are charged to Michael Givens, as Escobar is his responsibility.
Check swing off the handle of the bat foul. They have not extended the netting here at Camden Yards like they have at Target Field. The Twins play there next week. It'll be worth noting that the netting is up, but here it's a lot of exposed areas around the dugout. See what Buxton can get done here with an 0-2 count. Trying to put the Twins in front for the first time. One and 2.
Brock, 29 years old, originally signed by the Padres, came over to the Orioles in 2013 over the winter in a trade.
And now 2 and 2. This is where Buxton drove in his first big league run in August of last year. Strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. The Twins get a couple of doubles and a couple of runs. We thought it was going to be opening day, but it turned into opening night. The Twins have it tied up after 6.5. And we will stay here in Baltimore at Oriole Park for God Bless America.
Our country and around the world who have distinguished themselves by selflessly working or volunteering in fields that care for, serve, teach, protect, and improve the lives of those around the corner or around the globe who are most in need. We ask that you join us now and throughout the season during the 7th inning as we honor those Birdland community heroes who inspire us through their commitment to extend a hand in charity, service, hope, and harmony to all. And to honor that great American spirit, we ask that you please rise and join Patrick Mason in singing God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Opening day is always that exciting time.
Opening day is awesome. Baseball's back. Summer's summer's on the way.
Game number 1 of 162.
Everybody's got a clean slate. Whatever happened last season, good or bad, you got to go out there and prove it again.
I'm definitely one of those guys that gets super excited like a little kid on opening day.
That's good to hear. You know, I mean, opening day, it's still the excitement. Even though, you know, we had a couple rain delays and all that stuff.
Adam Jones leading off the 7th against Trevor May. May delivering strike 1. That'll bring up, after Jones, it'll be Davis and Trumbo. 0-2.
We're going right after him. Trevor May, of course, with that good fastball numbers last year. He made 16 starts, but as a reliever, a 2.87 ERA and 32 relief appearances.
And a half swing puts Jones away quickly. 1 down. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. And down on the 7th, here's Chris Davis. Davis with a walk, a strikeout, and a foul out. Ball 1. Mighty swing and a miss.
Against a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Early in March, May was auditioning for a job that wasn't there, as it turned out. Twins wanted him to prepare himself for spring training with the idea that he'd get a chance at a starting job that never materialized.
But you know what, as a starter, we saw him a couple years ago. Of course, the fastball was 92, 93. Now in the bullpen, he can air it out. I mean, he's got a 94 to 97 mile an hour fastball in that bullpen.
3-1 now to Davis. Trumbo on deck. Big inning here with the Twins having just tied it in the top of the inning. Foul back, 3-2.
That's a dangerous pitch right there. You'd like to go up the ladder a little bit because Davis likes that ball down and that uppercut swing he has. He strikes out a lot because if he can get that just above the belt. Trumbo on deck.
Deep to center. Buxton back. Has enough room to haul it in.
That ball just wasn't high enough, and Davis put a great swing on it. And when he first that sound, I heard that many times. I'm going, uh-oh. I mean, look at the extension right there. That drove me to drinking. That sound right there. But luckily for May and the Twins, Buxton went against the wall to make the second out catch. Whew.
2 down, and here's Trumbo. We've talked so much, everyone has, about Buxton's speed, but what's been impressive about him, seeing it in spring training and on that fly ball. That ball was hit pretty hard, and he hasn't played a whole lot of outfield here at Oriole Park. He took the perfect route. He went straight to the spot, and I don't know how good outfielders can do that.
I'm always amazed that center fielders like a Buxton, that cat-like instincts they have. They have that split second to pick up the ball, and they're taught kind of as an outfielder. I remember talking to Tom Berdansky to stop, hold your grounds for a split second, see the flight of the ball, and then react.
On the ground, sharply into center. Now Buxton's got a scamper after it. And Trumbo has a 2-out single.
And for Trumbo, his 3rd single of the ball game.
Baseball is back, and FS1 starts the season Thursday. Prince Fielder and the Rangers taking on Mike Trout and the Angels. It's all on America's home for baseball all season long. FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Now Matt Wieters, a strikeout, a fly ball, and a line out softly to Dozier. 1. It's a cool but pleasant evening, and the threat of precipitation is all behind us. Rain delays, just 2 of them, a total of nearly 3 hours. That's why we're on the air yet in the early evening back home. The game that was going to start at 2 o'clock back home. Up and away, 1-1. And because of the first rain delay, neither team got more than 2 innings from its starting pitcher. The Twins have been trying to patch it together ever since, and so have the Orioles. They've got Darren O'Day warming up. 1-1 to Wieters. Out in front of that changeup.
Good changeup right there after the fastball's in the mid-90s. Drops the changeup at 85.
Trumbo stole a base in the first inning. Santana wasn't paying much attention to him, but we wouldn't expect him to take off here.
See if this is a throw over. A hold. And a step off.
Yeah.
Saw Suzuki kind of go all 5 fingers, so that's either a throw over or to hold it. Now Trumbo not a base stealing threat at all.
Well, he leads the Orioles in stolen bases.
He does.
Well, out by Suzuki.
Oh, that's one area that the Orioles really struggled at, but they're not a stolen base type ball club. Only 44 stolen bases last year. They were caught 25 times. Twins had 70 stolen bases last year. They were caught 38 times, so both clubs would like to improve in that department.
2-2 to Wieters. And that rolls away from Suzuki. He slid over, but ball might have caught a shin guard and kicked to the left. And Trumbo ends up at second base.
Yeah, the hard breaking ball, and we'll see what Suzuki, how he tries to react to it. Got down in front of it. The ball scooted underneath his glove and then got the shin guard and deflected away. So the go-ahead run for the Orioles at second base. The wild pitch will be charged to May.
And now a full count to the Oriole catcher. Hook foul in front of the changeup again. Base is open and Alvarez is on deck.
Good swing at that fastball, fouled it straight back.
93 miles per hour.
For Matt Wieters, his 8th season with the Orioles, 3-time All-Star, 2-time Gold Glove. Missed all of 2014 because of the Tommy John surgery. I shouldn't say he missed all of it. He ended up getting the Tommy John surgery, I believe, in May of that year.
Named to the All-Star team.
Yep.
I remember seeing him wander around Target Field, unable to play, of course, but he still wanted to be part of the festivities and everything. Really, you know, kind of a test case here in Baltimore. It was last year. We know a lot more about pitchers coming back from that surgery than catchers. Got him looking over the inside corner, and Wieters is frozen for the second time in the game.
pretty boy?
The hair.
Always has really nice hair. All the girls love him.
And boy, is he pretty good at baseball. The 5'11", 200-pound emerging leader of the Twins. You know his swagger, his smile, his sizzle. You know his highlights and that hair. More freedom and flair than fear and awe.
A drive to left field! Are you kidding me?
Seduced by promise, captivated by his potential.
Deep to left field, back and gone!
We know where Brian Dozier has been. One question remains. Where does he go from here?
Well, hopefully the postseason. That's her goal. You know, Brian Dozier, he's one of those clubhouse leaders, a lot of desire, wants to win. And that's a good thing.
Darren O'Day pitching for the Orioles. And you're okay with that as a former Minnesota Twins pretty boy yourself, that he now has.
That was never mentioned with me. You see O'Day's numbers last year, a free agent, ended up re-signing with the Orioles to a 4-year contract, just worth over about $31 million.
One strike to Dozier leading off the 8th.
He's nasty. He is nasty. He's put up some great numbers in an Oriole uniform. Out of that bullpen, since he has been an Oriole over the last 4 seasons, 23-8 with a 1.92 earned run average. One of the best setup men in all of baseball.
And Dozier waves at a breaking ball. He's gone in 3 pitches.
And a nasty little slider, that sidearm type of delivery, underarm type of delivery. Great location.
MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Here is Mauer. Fouled away. Mauer struck out in the first, bounced to short in the 4th, and then flared a single to left in the 6th.
You know, I noticed in spring training, Joe Mauer is being a little more aggressive on that first or second pitch, too. He's starting to swing the bat a little bit right there. A lot of times we saw Joe in the past, you know, take that first pitch, not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. But a lot of pitchers and scouting reports are, hey, he'll take the first couple pitches. And Joe's, you know, if that scouting report is out there, be ready to swing. He had a good swing at that first pitch from O'Day, but fouled it off.
One of the reasons, of course, the strikeouts have been more frequent lately. 112 last year, 96 the year before, but his strikeout rate actually went down marginally, even though he struck out over 100 times for the first time in 2014. 96 strikeouts in just 455 at-bats, and nearly 600 at-bats last year with the 112 strikeouts.
Well, what's important for Joe is to stay healthy, and he did last year. He played in 158 of the 162 ball games. He had a very good month of September, finished it strong, on base a lot.
Well, the Twins are in a situation here. If they could take the lead here in the 8th inning, we might see. Well, now somebody is warming up down on the bullpen. I was going to say Kevin Jepson warming up, because if they have the lead, despite the chaos in the first 7 innings, this game would be, you know, well scripted for Jepson getting the 8th and Perkins the 9th. 3-1 to Mauer. Sano on deck. And now a full count, an off-speed pitch.
Yeah, you know, you give up on that after a sinker down and away. He comes back out of the same plane and throws that little frisbee. There's Jepson.
Yep, he's warming up. 3-2. The Twins have not taken a walk yet tonight. They did have a hit batter. Pulled foul. It's so unorthodox. Whether you're right-handed or you're left-handed, you're not used to seeing the ball coming from that angle.
Yeah, we had Kent Tekulve with the Pittsburgh Pirates would throw even a little bit lower than O'Day, but and he had a great career in a Pirate uniform. And O'Day has in an Oriole uniform, a guy that actually came up with the Angels back in 2008. Also pitched for the Mets and the Rangers.
Now the 3-2 to Mauer. To right field.
Get down.
Trumbo will play it on a hop, and Mauer gets a base hit, his second. And the go-ahead runs at first with one down.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Any accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC. Now, good at bat for Joe Mauer. Good swing right there.
And as uncomfortable as Dozier felt from the right side of the plate, Mauer just was able to see the ball longer and better.
And that 3-2 pitch kind of was right in that plane that Joe had a nice level swing.
Here is Sano. Around the hands, it's called a strike. 2 strikeouts and a pop-up so far for the Twins right fielder. A liner to Hardy. And Mauer dives back.
Yeah, Chris Davis had to reach over the sliding Joe Mauer just to get that ball in his glove. But Sano hit it on the button, but right at J.J. Hardy.
2 down, Mauer at first for Trevor Plouffe. Mentioned that the Twins beat the Orioles all 7 times last year, but 3 of those wins were 1-run wins, and 2 of them were 2-run wins. And they were, for the most part, games like this.
Yep.
The Twins just managed to get the big hit toward the end of the game, and the Orioles did not.
Yeah, they had some games that they kind of blew out the Orioles because they outscored the Orioles 43-18 in those 7 ball games.
Here is Plouffe.
Mauer will take off if you don't pay attention to him. A couple stolen bases in 3 attempts last year.
Needs 2 more to have 50 in his career.
You think that's in his back in his mind?
Plouffe takes Anthony's a strike.
Oh, it's that frisbee you just kind of give up on.
Years ago, the Orioles had a guy by the name of Todd Froworth who was kind of the same way. And Kirby Puckett always said the toughest guy he ever faced. Kirby could hit anybody from either side, but he hated facing Todd Froworth. A liner to the gap in left center field. Mauer will round second and dig for third. Rickard's throw coming into second. And the Twins have a pair of hits sandwiched around a Sano line drive, and the go-ahead run now at third.
Yeah, Trevor Plouffe picking up his first hit. That ball stayed up a little bit, allowed Trevor to get good wood on it. Take a look. Went down and hit it nice. Very nice swing by Plouffe, hitting it sharply over J.J. Hardy in the left center. And with 2 outs, Joe Mauer off with a crack of the bat, scoots over to third.
Twins with a threat here in the 8th. They scored 2 in the 7th. The rally started with a Rosario double with 1 out. Rosario doubled down the left field line. The Orioles had him shifted. It was a pitch up and in, and he hit it where not many people can hit it.
Just an inside out swing. Thank you very much.
Rosario waits, swings, and misses. Twins putting together now a 2-out rally, hoping to get Mauer in from third, and then things would be set up for Jepson in the 8th and presumably Perkins in the 9th. Popped up, short center.
Yeah, got in on him.
Jones in to squeeze it. The Twins leave 2 aboard in the 8th. Thank you, Tom. Alvarez hits it into the shift, and very quickly Trevor May gets the first out of the 8th inning. If the Twins had taken the lead, it would have been Jepson, but having not taken the lead, May is asked to pitch a second inning here in the 8th.
Boy, you know, Dick, you look at these shifts, what clubs do. I mean, Alvarez hitting that ball right up the middle, but there's Escobar right there. So good scouting report on Alvarez for the Twins defense.
One down, and now here is Hardy. Strike one. I think we saw it too in the outfield in the 4th inning. Scope hit a drive to right center field, but Sano was shaded into the gap against Scope. There is so much more attention to detail in baseball, and it goes far beyond the sabermetrics and you know, shifting and things like that. 2 strikes to Hardy and a ball.
Even this gap right here, we just showed you. Look at the room right here in, you know, right there. I mean, Sano shading toward right field line. Buxton over toward the left field line. So they're saying that if J.J. Hardy, that's basically a pull hitter. If he hits the ball, it's the left center, and anything down toward right field, it's more of an inside out swing down the right field line.
2-2 to Hardy. And he chases upstairs, 2 down. Trevor May has faced 6 men and retired 5.
Picking up his 3rd strikeout. So high fastball. Hardy going out of his swing zone and swinging through it.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier. And now Scope, and Sano moves over about 25 feet more toward the gap. Buxton will try to track this one. Back and off the wall. Scope has a hit. It'll be a double. That ball hit on the line. There wasn't any time for Buxton to get back to where it hit the ground.
It's 410 feet away, too. You're going to see, you know, Buxton make some great catches over his shoulder or head, but right there, that was a line drive double for Scope. Jumping on that first breaking ball, kind of hung right there, and Scope put a good swing on it and picks up his first hit.
And now Rickard, who has a single and a double in his first 2 big league at bats, hit a short liner in front of Sano. Sano came in to catch it in the 6th. Strike on the outside corner.
Good fastball there.
If Rickard comes through here, I'll save you 50 cents. He'll be on the cover of the Baltimore Sun tomorrow.
Well, I don't read their paper anyway. I don't want to see it. That was a little Yogi-ism.
And May just reaches back, gets a fastball for a called strike, and then eats him up with a 94-mile-per-hour fastball.
Now 2 good fastballs right there. Do you go after him again, or do you throw him a hard breaking ball? We'll see what Kurt Suzuki wants to do. And May. No fooling
on the
around.
Outside corner at 95.
No fooling around.
2 really good innings for Trevor May, keeping this a tie game as we go to the 9th. Tom Hanneman, Roy
Yes.
Smalley, Jack Morris, Tim Laudner. Everybody's going to be back who was here last year, except for Jamie Hirsch, of course. We've got Audra Martin, who will be doing essentially what Jamie has been doing.
Zach Britton coming in, start the top of the 9th inning. Very good numbers for Britton, their closer.
And Byung-Ho Park takes low ball 1. Struck out in his first big league at bat. Sharp single to center in the 5th. And then he was hit by a pitch and scored the tying run in the 7th. Inside 2-0.
Yeah, Britton straight over the top, left-handed pitcher. Good fastball, hard slider, and a changeup. Became the closer a couple years ago. 37 saves in 2014, 36 last year.
2-0. See what Park does here against the lefty. Working him over inside, a swing and a miss, 2-1.
You see the movement of Britton's pitches. Straight over the top, great sink on it.
Well, the biggest concerns the Twins had regarding Park is facing velocity unlike anything he'd seen in Korea. This guy fits the bill. He throws 96. And he comes inside at 95 and gets another swing and a miss.
Yeah, Britton, I mean, he just kind of a short arm type of throw, but great angle toward the catcher's glove. And a lot of movement. All-star last year.
Giant shot and a chopper foul at 97. Got the first hit out of the way in the 5th.
Yeah, got a fastball up and lined it into center field. That coming off of Tyler Wilson.
2-2 to Park. And Wieters couldn't hang on to it. A foul tip.
Britton, 28 years old in his 6th season with the Orioles.
Every fastball has been in the inner half of the plate. And Wieters sets up outside. Once her left side. Hardy has it. Park finally retired, one away. And that'll bring up Escobar. The Budweiser Roof Deck is the ultimate Minnesota Twins outdoor experience. The roof deck is available for your group of 250 guests on April 13th, as well as the Independence and Labor Day weekends. Your clients and staff will love the sweeping views, amenities, and large fire. They might really enjoy the fire early in the season. Everything you need for mixing game time with social time. Go to twinsbaseball.com/groups. Learn more about the Budweiser Roof Deck. Here's Escobar. Over for strike 1 as a left-handed batter, 2 doubles and a soft line drive to Hardy.
Again, you see the movement from Britton, the guy that came up with the Orioles basically as a starter, and it just didn't pan out. And in the last couple years, they put him in that bullpen, became the closer. 73 saves over the last 2 years.
Not a piece, still alive. With 7 hits, Escobar has 2 doubles. Park has a single. Rosario a double. Plouffe a single. Mauer with 2 singles. Oh, 2 to the Twins shortstop. One-time call. High fly to center. And Jones patrolling out there for out number 2.
And the 4-time Gold Glove winner, Adam Jones, out in center.
If the Twins take a lead in the top of the 9th inning, would guess it would be Perkins, and if not, it'll be Jepson. Trevor May's done his job with 2 innings tonight.
2 outstanding innings.
Here is Suzuki. Tied the game with a fly ball down the left field line, and Rickard reached into the seating area to make the catch. And what turned out to be a sacrifice foul fly. And Park came in from third base to tie the game at 2. Up, ball 1.
You know, you asked me during that play, does he go, you let that ball go, and it's still the 7th inning.
Yeah.
If it's the 9th, I don't know, you know, I mean, this is his first major league game. I think he'd still probably try to catch it.
Yeah, swing, but he went. Well, the only reason I ask is, I mean, Suzuki's batting 8th, and then you've got Buxton, and Buxton's, you know, he hasn't proven that he's going to be able to put the ball in play or, you know, deliver a big hit, but.
Yeah, but I don't think Rickard is thinking about that out in the left field.
1-1 to Suzuki. And now 1-2.
Well, I got to applaud the fans here that have stayed around. As it's getting later, it's also getting colder.
1-2 to Suzuki. It's an off-speed pitch. With Buxton on deck. Looking for a chance here in the 9th inning. Full count to Suzuki. On the ground toward the hole, backhanded by Hardy, comes up firing, and Davis keeps a foot on the bag. It took 2, maybe 3 hops to get there, but Britton has a 1-2-3 9th inning.
Yeah, thanks to Hardy, a 3-time Gold Glove winner.
Eduardo Escobar with a pair of doubles. The Twins with a pair of runs. And we go to the bottom of the ninth, and Kevin Jepsen comes into the ball game for the Twins.
Oh, what a job Jepsen did when he got traded over in late July from the Tampa Bay Rays. In a Twins uniform last year, 29 relief appearances. Remember, Perkins was on a disabled list late in September. He picked up 10 saves. A 1-1 record out of the bullpen in 29 relief appearances. A 1.61 ERA. Only 18 hits allowed in 28 innings with 25 strikeouts.
He'll face the top of the Baltimore batting order. Manny Machado, Adam Jones, and Chris Davis. Machado, a single, a run scored in 4 trips. Popped up. And Suzuki didn't see it right away, and Mauer will come in and make the play. 1 pitch, 1 out.
That's a play for Joe right there with the wind the way it's howling right now.
Blowing in from left field. And Jepsen gets the first out on the first pitch. Now Adam Jones. Talked about the season series last year. The Twins winning all 7 games and the 4-game sweep here. But the last 3 games were won by the Twins by scores of 4-3, 3-2, and 4-3 in extra innings. So Twins and Orioles right back where they were for most of the season series last year. Close ball games. 15-2 game is the exception. Jones takes a strike.
Well, Jones getting a big hit for the Orioles in the ball game with that 2-run double in the 5th inning.
Chasing up high, 0-2. Jones has already struck out twice tonight.
Jones had some back issues last year that bothered him almost all season long.
Landed 3 feet in front of the plate.
Jepsen with a good fastball in the low 90s, mid 90s. Hard breaking ball and an occasional changeup.
One and 2 to Adam Jones. That ball landed 5 feet in front of home plate. Suzuki throws to first. And now Suzuki blocked that pitch. Looked like up around the throat area. That's how short it was of home plate, and then had to find the ball and complete the strikeout.
Yeah, come in right off that maybe collarbone right there. Suzuki, you can see holding his throat. Take a look where this pitch lands. Yeah, right underneath the mask. And Suzuki's still able to retrieve that ball and get it over to Mauer for the out. Ouch.
Right in the throat. We asked him during a spring training telecast about plays like that, and basically what he said was, you know, after a while you just don't, it's part of the job.
Become numb. So there goes his singing career.
2 down, and now Chris Davis with Jepsen hoping to send the Twins into extra innings in the opening game of the season. Rather than wait for 2 strikes, Blue swings over to the right side of the infield. A walk, strikeout, a foul out, and a fly out. The fly out to straightaway center sounded awfully hopeful for Baltimore fans, but Buxton hauled it in right at the fence.
Yeah, I don't know if the wind was blowing in at the time, but I thought Davis got it. But again, it's 410 straightaway center out in the left center, deepest part of the field.
And off the plate, 2-0. If we get to the 10th inning, Buxton will lead things off. Dozier and Mauer.
You want to be careful here because you know what Davis is looking for, dead red, meaning a fastball, something that he can pull. Suzuki sitting outer half of the plate.
And that's a quality strike because it was on the outside corner.
Right.
If it was anywhere in the inner half of the plate, Davis would have spun on it. Off the outside corner, 3-1. This Oriole lineup is so deep with power threats. Trumbo, almost as dangerous as Davis, but he is a right-handed batter.
Suzuki again sitting outside.
Oh, wow. Very close to where the pitch was called a strike 2 pitches ago. Instead, it's a 2-out walk, and now Trumbo will have a chance.
Second walk that Davis has taken in the ball game.
Time now for What's Next, brought to you by CenturyLink.
That'll be Kyle Gibson on the mound against Gallardo. Gallardo will be making his Orioles debut here on Wednesday night.
Hoping to just basically fill the shoes of Wei-Yin Chen, who pitched awfully well here for a number of years. Here's Trumbo with the winning run at first. Popped up, foul. It'll reach the seats. The outfield, of course, in no doubles alignment, meaning everyone is playing deep.
Yeah, surprised the Orioles didn't try to re-sign Chin. He ended up with the Florida Marlins. Pretty consistent left-hander.
Especially given what the Achilles heel of last year's team was. It was very soft and ineffective starting pitching. Chen was one of their better ones.
Yes.
1 strike to Trumbo. Up the middle, a base hit. Davis is going to round second and go to third, and Buxton flips it in. And the Orioles have the winning run now 90 feet away.
How about his Oriole debut for Mark Trumbo? 4 hits. Now, he and Jepson were teammates with the Angels back in 2010 for 3 seasons. But he got a fastball, hit it right up the middle, and with 2 outs, the outfield playing very deep. Davis scoots over to third. 4 hits for Mark Trumbo, all singles.
Wieters so far has left 5 men on base today.
Let's make it 7.
Runner goes, Twins don't care, and the game's over. Wieters with a single to center. A walk to Davis. And then Trumbo and Wieters deliver singles with 2 outs. And the Orioles win the opener in a walk-off fashion.
Well, the 6th straight opening day victory for the Baltimore Orioles. And it's the 8th straight opening day loss for the Twins. So Wieters picks up his first hit of the ball game, jumping on that high fastball right up the middle. Bad location right there for Jepson and the Twins.
So the first 2 outs in the 9th inning came pretty quickly for Kevin Jepson, but then walk, single, single. And Tom Hanneman, the Twins have now incredibly lost 8 straight season openers.